living with his conviction of one of his most favored verses of the glorious Quran.
Determination being as an advocate and part of the defense team together with Abdullah Umar, when my friend and comrade Achmad Cassiem and other Pan-Africanist Congress comrades had to face yet another long terrorism trial under the apartheid regime. His quest for true freedom and justice for the people never ever stopped. Most of my steadfast public values I draw from Imam Achmad Cassiem and try to live my life inspired by his deep humanity and abiding respect for our people who remain in bondage up to now. It was to be expected that he would rise within Islam to become a revered leader of the faith. May he find eternal peace of his maker and creator. Most respectfully, Dikhang. That was the letter of Dikhang, of course, the youngest political prisoner on Robben Island. Thank you so much for your listening attentively to the wise words and the very inspiring words of Dikhang Moseneke. It is then befitting that we move on, that the movement from
to Makawe, Isole to Africa.
Long live the spirit of Imam Achmad Cassiem. Long live. Long live.
Speaking of the letter of Justice Dikhang Moseneke, and he made a couple of comments on Imam Achmad Cassiem and being a dedicated man of prayer whilst being on Robben Island and throughout his time on Robben Island and beyond. We want to just remind our comrades that there will be a adhan, which is the call to prayer for the midday or the late afternoon prayer in the Islamic faith. And for those that are not going to observe the prayer in the masjid, which is just adjacent here, there are some refreshments at the back, and the exhibition is down the hall. There will be organizers that will guide people in that way. There will be books, bulletins and booklets authored by our beloved Imam Achmad Cassiem that will be on sale. There will then be a break as the people move to the masjid to perform the prayer, and those that will stay here can then enjoy the tea and coffee that's available. We will then immediately come back after the prayer, and because we were running a little bit behind schedule, we're going to shorten the break for those that will return from the masjid, as it were. For now. Right. Is that okay? Are there any other house rules that we just need to, while we have this few minute or two, just to... The restrooms down the passage to the left. There will be somebody that will direct you. The exhibition is on the right, down the passage. One of the realities in South Africa is, of course, power load shedding, whatever it's called and however it is cushioned, and whatever wrappings it is enfolded, it is load shedding. It's the kind of stuff that Imam Achmad Cassiem and the comrades warned us about. It will come. Dikgang Moseneke spoke about the George Orwell's Animal Farm, and we all know that one of the first things was that all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. And while the masses, the animals, are suffering load shedding, there are animals that are more privileged that will not experience load shedding. I'm informed by the technical team that when it happens at 4 o'clock, there will be about a 2-minute lag before we get back on. All right. Okay, there's about 3 minutes before the call to pray. We will call upon Hadia to render a short item for us.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Adia Sukkar. Imam Achmad Cassiem was a committed Pan-Africanist and contextual Islamist who was aware of dynamic interaction between his Muslim identity and Africanness, using Sobukui's definition of an African as including everyone who owes their allegiance to Africa and the material and spiritual interests of African people. This high level of socio-political consciousness enabled Imam Achmad Cassiem to perceive the struggle against racial capitalism and all forms of oppression and solidarity with oppressed people globally as an integral part of jihad. This was informed by an understanding of jihad as exerting the self above structural, systemic, institutional, and internalized oppression and struggle against the egoistic self, and not vulgarized understanding of jihad. The Muslim youth.
Thank you, Hadia. Hadia is the granddaughter of Imam Achmad Cassiem, and she's absolutely forgiven if she made one little error or not.
Bismillah ar-Rahman. There is no middle way. There is no, some moderations here to say no. Look, I'm not pro-apartheid and I'm not pro-black struggle also. I'm somewhere in the middle. Or
barrel way on one oppressor, one bullet, he will say, comrades, I can't hear you. One oppressor? Good afternoon. I'm not sure about the time. To everyone here. Firstly, let me greet the family of Comrade Mfazwe Cassiem. In our ranks, we know him as Comrade Mfazwe. A comrade, a father, a mentor, a commander, and a member of the PAC, Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, a leader, a teacher. If you want to talk about Comrade Imam Achmad Cassiem, you talk of a global revolutionary. He didn't belong in anything. He was a leader of the oppressed masses globally. I didn't want Comrade Malusi to continue with this song because I have only 10 minutes here. So I think you took 1 minute from my time. This day makes me to remember Utatu Hudson Gila, a close comrade to Tatu Achmad Cassiem. He is no more. I believe that those who were there, they know him. We even named our branch after Tatu Gila. Family, comrades of Kibla. I don't think that there's any difference most between Kibla and Abla. When you talk of Kibla, you talk of Abla, unless you do not have information. You need, unfortunately, the best person to explain is no more, which is Comrade Mfazwe. Comrades, let me greet the leadership of the community where we are. Greet one of the APLA commanders, Comrade Mtutuzeli Mama. Some people, they just look at people and disregard them because we're not telling them who these people are. Let me greet Commander Jama Matagata of Umkondo Wesizwe. Can you please stand up that triangle so that people can see you? Can you please, sorry, Chawe, stand up so that anybody that doesn't know who is Mtutuzeli Mama as one of the APLA commanders, can you please stand up, Chawe, so that people can see you? Let me greet a former ambassador, one of MK commanders, Comrade Faisal Musa. Yeah, free. Honorable President of the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, Comrade Mzwanele Nyonzo, depanda bezenye igama apha. Comrade Mzwanele Nyonzo, I greet you, my president, PAC president. Izwe lethu. Briefly, I spoke about a victim of betrayal, Comrade Mvazwe. A man who's supposed to be where, if there's a place called where. Because Comrade Achmad Cassiem was everything. If you wanted to sell the revolution, he should be somewhere next to the Table Mountain, around those areas. But he have decided to be where his people are, just next door. I'm talking about him as a betrayal or as a victim of betrayal, because he will always tell you that you don't care about, you don't have to focus to those who are betraying. We have a very clear program that Sobukwe, Dr. Masemula, Zafania Mtupeng gave us. I categorize Achmad Cassiem amongst these four. Currently, fortunately, the leader that is here is one of his students, the leader of the PAC. There's no leader in South Africa equal to Comrade Imam Achmad Cassiem. There is no leader in this country. You can start from the president, going to the down man standing here talking today. There's no one equal to Comrade Imam Achmad Cassiem. A revolutionary, a principled man, a man who never lied. We came here on the 18th of March at his house. The comrade that was singing here, Malusi, had a murder case. He was attacked by criminals. He attended them successfully. And you know the laws. A criminal, comrade, can kill you and nothing happens. You attend to a criminal in a very decent and successful way, then definitely the only person that will be arrested is you. We came here, as we always do, to ask him to give guidance, how to attend to the case, give blessings. And unfortunately, it was our last day with him. But he said something, if Comrade Malus still remembers. He said, you know what? After talking, I was so fortunately that after I left the hospital, and Sobukwe said few words to me, and Sobukwe passed on. Minutes after I left the hospital. Comrade Dr. Masemula, according to Comrade Mvazwe, when he was released in Robben Island, this Pradref came because there's a song that says, Moya ka Sobukwe, Moya Kamtupeng, Moya ka Pradref, not me, Dr. Masemula. And the third person from now, comrades, when we are singing this song, the fourth person, it must be Moya Cassiem. Because Cassiem is amongst these four. No one else, no one is equal to these four in this country. When I came here, I was looking for something because in my house, you can't get Coke because Comrade Imam Achmad Cassiem, he will say, Africa, do you support them? Support what? You do support the oppressors. The Israel. To support Jews. Then from that day, I decided not to support Jews. One of the things, okay, thank you. One of the things, I'm left with 2 minutes now. Comrade Mfazwe taught us not to gamble. Gambling. He was dismissive when it comes to gambling. Lastly, as I said, Comrade Mfazwe is a victim of betrayal. I wonder, what killed Comrade Imam Achmad Cassiem. I don't care about post-mortem, but I have this question. I wonder what killed Comrade Imam Achmad Cassiem. 1 minute before I leave this podium. Moya gaka asimo hlala ngaphakathi kwami lawo ndivusele lelebo moya Cassiem. Long live the spirit of Comrade Imam Achmad Cassiem. Long live. Izwe lethu. IAfrika. Thanks.
Thank you so much, very much, Comrade Jeff Prajeff. Most of the revolutionaries, if not all of them, have cautioned that history belongs to the winners. History belongs to the conquerors. And so if some of the history books do not mention Apla, certainly you've made the mark here and you reminded us that verily Apla is still in existence. Thank you so very much. From the Pan-Africanist Congress, we now move to the former secretary of the now dissolved Muslim Unity Society that gave birth to the Islamic Unity Convention. He's a member of the Muslim Youth Movement of District 6 in 1959 to 1965, an ardent and tireless Qibla member since 1979, and a Boerkaap Action Group in 1980. Please welcome Yusuf, Brother Yusuf Idris.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي جماعة المؤمنين السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, goeiemiddag, molweni, dumelang. First of all, I want to thank the Commemoration Committee for giving me the opportunity to be one of the speakers here today. Let me start off with a quote from a preamble above the entrance of the Muslim Youth Movement, MYM, District 6, 148B, Hanover Street, District 6. Which was established in 1958. Quote, A Muslim is he in whose hands other Muslims feel safe. And a mu'min is he in whose hands mankind feels safe. As one moves up the staircase towards the entrance of the movement, one could see the preamble distinctly above the entrance. Imam fully then that the message was not only for Muslims, but also for the whole of mankind. March to the city of Cape Town. A few years later, after finishing Standard 8 at Wesley Secondary School in Salt River, he then attended Trafalgar High School in 1963 to complete Standard 9 and 10. In his matric year in 1964, he and his science teacher, Sadiq Isaacs, a member of the MYM District 6, were arrested under the Sabotage Act. In September 1964, Imam was sentenced to 5 years and Sadiq to 12 years on Robben Island prison. Thus, at the age of 18 years, Imam Ahmad displayed to his co-students what Iman and Taqwa is all about. That was, if you understand the truth, implement it. When it was time for Imam Ahmad to be released towards the end of September 1969, after being incarcerated for 5 years, Imam Abdullah Harun was brutally killed by was brutally killed in police detention. Okay. At that point in time, the oppressive regime postponed Imam Ahmad's release until the end of December. The question never answered. Why have they delayed his release on the death of Imam Harun? Now moving forward to 1977, when Imam Ahmad, with a number of his colleagues, established the Qibla movement. The aims were as follows. Number one, to seek and disseminate the truth. 2, to strive for the eradication of oppression of man by man. 3, to propagate, implement, and defend justice. Its immediate objectives were, 1, to mobilize, stimulate the entire Muslim population to join Qibla. 2, to make the message of Islam known and understood throughout the land. 3, to lay the foundation for and develop an embryo for social order of Islam. In other words, to put into practice collectively what we have been doing individually and separately. One of Imam Ahmad's greatest achievements was the formation of the Islamic Unity Convention, the IUC, in 1994, from which the spin-off was Radio 786. Here I want to pose the question today. Have we done justice to the Quran-based constitution of the IUC? Imam was also vehemently and passionately anti-gangsterism and drugs, a creation of the oppressive apartheid regime. This led to a number of Qibla members forming an organization called People Against Gangsterism and Drugs, PAGAD. In 1995-96, that time, this organization was to conscientize and mobilize the whole of South Africa, Muslim and non-Muslim. Unfortunately, for some reason or other, it became a predominantly religious Muslim organization. In 1997, started the education classes. He presented the humanology courses, which taught us that it was based on the principle of Tawheed. It deals with the origin, the creation of man, as well as with also a mathematician. I still remember a lesson on the Euclidean law of mathematics, which stated that when your theory is wrong, your outcome, your conclusion will definitely be wrong. Imam Ahmad, through the Qibla movement, also exhorted the people to stay away from the voting in the so-called democratic elections of 1994. As the constitution was flawed, and a no vote will indicate a vote of no confidence in the system. As time moved on during the 2000s, Imam was already an ardent member and strong supporter of the Pan-Africanist Congress, and even went on to lead them in the Western Cape. As chairman, the Western Cape as chairman. He was well respected as their leader and held in high esteem on the whole. In September 2006, Imam led the Cape Town branch of the PAC on their way to Kwakwa to attend the 8th National Congress, PAC Congress, in University of Free State. On September the 25th, Imam was elected as Secretary General of the PAC. At the 30th anniversary of Qibla in 2007, Imam honored the struggle of the MYM of District 6, which at the time engendered a sense of true Muslim consciousness within the community. One of the members even said that they emphasized that this movement was not to be confused with the present MYM of South Africa, which was established around 1976 in Durban. To end of my speech, due to time constraints, I would like to share a quote from Imam. What was there today that I can do better than the day before? when there was nothing you could do better than the day before, then that was not progress. The rest of Imam's legacy is history. So claim your immunity from Allah, for it is He that teaches you. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Aluta continua. Takbir. 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 Allahu Akbar walillahi alhamd. Shukran.
Shukran to you, Brother Yusuf. Shukran to you, Brother Yusuf Idris. And not just Brother Yusuf Idris, but the entire Idris and the extended families, ardent, lifelong supporters of Imam Achmad Cassiem, and of course the cause that Imam Achmad Cassiem advocated and lived for. We move now from the streets and the cobble streets of the Boerkaap and the halls of the Boerkaap to the teaching in the classrooms in Belgravia and other places where Imam Achmad Cassiem taught. And we now move to the corridors of academia, specifically is an advocate and a tireless activist for the sake of humanity. Please welcome Professor Comrade Mahmoud Patel.
As well as those who have committed themselves for truth and justice. 10 minutes allocated to an icon, a revolutionary, the most complete individual South Africa or the son of the soil has produced. It's not enough. We will have to have a series on his contribution that continues in the legacies left through us as his students. My focus primarily is on his book that he authored, that Imam Achmad Cassiem authored numerous books, wrote countless articles and papers, presented, lectured, argued, debated, but above all, he was principled as an educator. For all revolutionaries are educators first. But in order to be educated, you need an education. It was Che Guevara who said, it is the duty of every revolutionary to be educated. And I think Imam Achmad Cassiem radiallahu anhu epitomized it. His contribution for a better and just, educated and understood world will not be forgotten. Let us look at the state of this world. If we have to start here in the Western Cape, we are under siege with the mentality of a Zionist entity, the Democratic Alliance. The official opposition is lusterless, backboned, hamstrung, always on the defensive, looking but not finding the conducive answers that we need. So, we understand that. But what are the students, the future, and the youth telling us? From the University of the Western Cape to the hill there at the University of Cape Town, including the erstwhile Ivy League institutions in the United States of America. They are telling us they want to be optimistic about the state of the world when more people stand up against racism, corruption, nepotism, and above all, the injustices that they meet every day. As well, the ghettos. So, the human race, they say, has come very far in the past, plus minus 7 million years, from being so-called cave-dwelling. That when we turn to this book that has contributed to education, Imam Achmad Cassiem's significance as a figure in the field, as a radical pedagogue in terms of critical education and educational theory, revolved around the fundamental themes of truth, social justice, and the transformative potential of education to bring radical and just change. In the opening pages of the publication launched during the year 2015 at the Witterbo Center in our community, not in some five-star establishment. Mr. Brian Isaacs spoke about the book, and he echoed the words of the distinguished professor and philosopher from the University of Stellenbosch, Professor Yusuf Wahid, in the opening pages of the book. And that distinguished professor posited the reflexive teaching and learning as articulated by Imam Achmad Cassiem and the ubiquitous constructed text on the Imam's erudite and incisive invitation to one and all, ordinary, intellectual, revolutionary as well, that we must engage firstly with understanding, truth, facts, before we move forward. Imam Achmad Cassiem was a revolutionary, not an activist. He moved from point A to B to Z. He didn't stay stationary in one position. So, what does this book offer? It offers a lot. Not only to a professor who sits and analyzes texts days on end and hours on end, but to every one of you. The year is 2023. How many of you have even read a copy of that book? Make sure you purchase one before you leave and you study it. It should be compulsory reading for all our educators in the three bands of education: primary, secondary, tertiary, including the Maulanas that speak here as well. Maybe they'll get some education there. So, critical pedagogy, similar to that was taught and articulated by Professors Henry Giro, Professors Peter McLaren, Paulo Feira, and many others in South Africa as well, including the teachers on Robben Island, of which Imam Achmad Cassiem was foremost in that. It is important to acknowledge that those Henry Giros, Peter McLarens, are not our teachers. We learn from them. Imam Achmad Cassiem was our teacher. His educational approach and aims to empower the one seeking knowledge, education, as well as students and teachers to become critical thinkers, socially aware individuals and agents of social, political, and revolutionary change. Because the oldest profession is teaching, education, learning and knowledge, and the principles that foregrounded not only that publication, but the premise of his just and principled position in teaching. It emanated from the oft-quoted hadith: seek knowledge from the cradle to the grave. It is the duty of every human being to learn every day, nay, every minute or second if possible. Of course, much has been said about Imam Achmad Cassiem as a revolutionary, as one who has contributed to the soil of this country. We meet here today, and I will be quoting one of the finest leaders that this country ever produced, and which Imam Achmad Cassiem also followed the principles of, the late Professor Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe. We meet here today to rededicate ourselves to the cause, not only of Africa, but of our humanity, to establish contact beyond the grave. I hope the Maulanas don't get upset about that verses again in the Quran. With the great African heroes and those from the Cape Flats that resonate with those on the streets of Alexandria, and assure them that their struggle indeed was not in vain. So please do yourselves a favor and familiarize yourself with the publication of the Imam. Truth and Purpose of Education. Imam's work is deeply influenced by the prophetic injunctions that I mentioned of seeking knowledge from the cradle to the grave. Primarily, the fundamental purpose is for education to teach human beings how to live with other human beings. Thus, we have concomitant obligations, and I'm quoting from the book, for both teachers and learners, particularly in terms of analyzing power dynamics, social inequality, the role of capitalism, imperialism, neoliberalism, comprador bourgeoisie, and the whole lot that are there in Parliament, including apartheid and the shaping and its legacy in education. Of course, when Imam was arrested the second time in his architectural practice, he was teaching students. That was the importance of education. what has happened to us. We implore to you on this commemoration, if you want to honor the legacy, embrace education first for yourselves so you understand who you are before you can even start to educate anybody else. So the classroom is a site of struggle because the Imam saw the classroom also as a site of struggle. When you analyze the text, Professor Yusuf Wahid invited us also to interrogate the thoughts and ideas that would go beyond just what the text has given us. So, in terms of revolutionary praxis, the oldest profession emphasizes the importance of translating theory into practice through revolutionary ideas, thought, conduct, and above all, a conscious people who understand where they are and where they are headed to. Insofar as globalization and education is concerned, beyond the boundaries of this country and province, we need to understand the impact of the economic shifts that have pressured higher education into the commodification of education. Publish papers or perish. Forget the classroom and the children that come from our townships. Worry more about the accolades in journals and peer-reviewed articles. Let me tell you, they publish so much, but so little gets done in our communities. We have institutions, faculties of science, billions pumped into them, but they do nothing for the extended communities that are floundering with the failures of service delivery. It's a fact. Social justice then resonates through the publication. Let us embrace it and take it with the Imam's ideals that he not only struggled for and was prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for he believed that we are all human beings first, and he only teaches human beings. So in conclusion, it has been stated by a Nobel laureate that books and pens are the most powerful weapons. I'm not going to quote Madiba. One child, one teacher, one pen can change the world. Education is the start for that solution. So the oldest profession then is a contribution that can be the catalyst for us to start thinking about changing the world in that way. And on that note, shukran for giving me the opportunity to present. Shukran, Brother Yusuf.
Shukran to you, Brother Comrade Professor Mahmoud Patel. I endorse and we agree with everything you've said, but the one thing that stands out and the one thing that the working committee will certainly take away is that 10 minutes can never, ever, ever be enough, and we take note that there should be a series of these kind of talks so that it will continue in true revolutionary spirit. We move now from the corridors and the lecture theatres at University of Western Cape to a graduate of the Islamic College of South Africa, Brother Sadiq Milwak, who is going to read a poem. We're living in the world of digitalization. He sends something via the social platforms. It's going to be played through the technical team. In the meantime, we're going to ask one of the grandsons of Imam Achmad Cassiem, Jawad Sukar, to come to the table. He's going to do a letter on behalf of the Muslim Judicial Council. We're going to call upon His Excellency, the President of the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, Comrade Wazeneli Nayotso, to come to the table so that we can have some time. And I'm going to call upon Masih, also one of the grandsons of Imam Achmad Cassiem, who's going to read a letter of condolences from the Hospital and Welfare and Muslim Educational Movement, who's going to read that letter. If he can just also find himself to the table, and in doing so, we're going to just expedite the proceedings and the flow from the audience to the table. We are ready? There's a recording. I can't. The what? Yeah. All right. While the technical team is ready to connect, there's a note from the organizing and the working team that the 40 days dhikr of the Imam will be held immediately after Maghrib in this hall. So we're not going to proceed to the masjid. It's going to happen right here. Everybody is welcome to stay. All right.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. An ode to Imam. Allah is the greatest. An icon is gone. A legacy to celebrate at dusk or at dawn. Who was he? What did he do? Nothing in our history books. The onus on you. God bless us with the pious. Then they are taken away. Who are these people? The narrative smile. Plutus, greed got in the way. What he left behind, let's not cast it in stone. Let's express it by God in our actions, our marrow, our bones. Let the praise be to God. Vukani, shout it out loud. The burden, the broken. Make the struggle proud. Look and stare the abyss. More than something's amiss. Homelessness, poverty, everywhere. Sleeping around the castle seems fair. A sight for sore eyes, we say. How dare they do this? The priors, the pious frauds, Imam reminds us, still sleeping, something's amiss. Imam saw the morrow. From the soul he cried. For God's children, the downtrodden, that's amiss. They still call him a fundamentalist. He turned his face from the bourgeois evolution. He held his fist high, made struggle the solution. Amandla, Takbir, God's call, the downtrodden revolution. Sleep well, our Father, the angels around. Nearness to your Lord, you homeward bound. Allah is the greatest, an icon is gone, a legacy to celebrate. At dusk, at dawn, who was he? What did he do? Nothing in the history books. The onus on me, the onus on you. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Shukran. Shukran. It's what they call the art of brevity, isn't it? We now call upon the one grandson of the Imam. He's going to read a letter of condolence from the Muslim Judicial Council. Please welcome Jawad Sukar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Friday, 14th July 2023. This is a letter of condolence to the Cassiem family on the passing of the beloved husband and father Imam Achmad Cassiem. When the Ummah suffers a loss, we remind ourselves and find solace in the words, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Verily to Allah we belong and verily to Him is our return. Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 156. Respected Cassiem family, on behalf of the Presidency, the EXO, the Imara, the General Majalis of the MJC SA, we wish to express our sincerest condolences and sympathies towards your entire family upon the loss of your honorable and beloved husband, father, and anti-apartheid activist, Imam Achmad Cassiem. Allah yarham. May Allah grant the beloved Imam Achmad Cassiem Jannatul Firdaus. Amen. Our feelings and sympathies are with you at this time, for indeed it is not easy to lose a loved one, especially so a parent. Imam Achmad Cassiem will be remembered as a leader who was always at the forefront of the struggle against apartheid and oppression, to the extent where he was incarcerated on Robben Island. May Allah reward him for his sacrifices and efforts he made to ensure that the rights of people are protected and that justice prevails. May his legacy of striving against justice and oppression prevail. Amen. May Allah shower him with his countless mercy. Amen. And may Allah place sabr in the hearts of the family. Amen. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala raise Imam Achmad Cassiem amongst the prophets, the truthful ones, the martyrs, and the righteous people. Amen. Yours in service of Islam, Shakir Irfan Abrams. Shukran. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Shukran, Jawad. Shukran very much. It's often said that your grandfather had a very soft and gentle way of speaking, but certainly his words was never gentle and soft against your oppressors. May Allah preserve you. It is by no coincidence that I have placed His Excellency the President between the two grandsons of the Imam. And so it's with absolute pleasure and a deep, deep honor that I call upon the President of the Pan-Africanist Congress of Tanzania.
Thank you, comrades. Thank you. We don't have time. We don't have time. I'm a singer myself, so I would love to sing, but we don't have time. Revolutionary greetings to everyone. To the PAC, Imam Achmad Cassiem is a fallen martyr of the African Revolution. The struggle to uplift communities of the oppressed was a devotion he abided for his entire life on earth. He had a clear picture to paint for those who were eager to take part in the revolution. The vision included a disciplined approach to the revolution. Imam Cassiem was clear that the revolution he championed was in line with moral, legal, religious, cultural, economic, and political imperatives that the Almighty God desired for all the people. As a teacher, Imam Cassiem insisted that activists and all participants in the revolution had to abide by a system of beliefs whose objectives to imperialism, colonialism, racism, ethnicity, tribalism, and exploitation of any kind is clearly expressed and understood by everyone and is not tolerated in any way or any form. He said these points in the same way that the teachings of Mangaliso Robert Sobukwe clearly stated that the enemy we wanted to defeat, that is white domination, would not be acceptable in any other form whatsoever, even if its frills and trappings were removed. For Imam Cassiem, the devil and its agencies stood for oppression, repression, distortion, lies, falsehoods, robbery, theft, drunkenness, drug dealing, debauchery, fornication, selfishness, and many other ills that bedevil society. Everyone who objected to these evils did not have to dance with the devil. The devil of settler colonialism had to be completely annihilated and destroyed. The PAC, led by Chairman Nyati Pogela, said, in line with this approach, that apartheid could not be reformed. It must be completely destroyed. The Western world sought to make cosmetic changes. Their spheres of influence was spread widely, overlapping into the activists seeking changes, particularly among communities of the poor, of the poorest. Oppression was so bad that anything but apartheid would do. Even some sections of the liberation movement were ready to do deals with the devil. For Imam Cassiem and for the PAC, this conformist approach was not acceptable. And the world was told straight in the face that the best solution was one oppressor, one bullet, one settler. The ideology that Achmad Cassiem expressed was for the true transformation and change. The rank and file, the salt of the earth, sons and daughters of Africa, gave him a name that suited him. He was Mfazwe, which simply means war. He demonstrated in his entire life. He was very young in the late 1960s when he was sent to Robben Island maximum prison with his mentor and teacher, Siddiq Isaacs. He was a banned person almost all his life. He lived under security branch police surveillance all the time. He was arrested and charged again and sentenced to maximum prison in the middle 1980s. To your surprise, he was still under surveillance. This government until his passing. The PAC and Kipla formed a revolutionary alliance, a horizontal partnership to wage war against oppression. And both of us increased the fighting capacity of the people. The aim was to create a new society. The agenda was to have one Azania, one nation, and one people. The objective was to unite all under banner of African nationalism to end slavery, divisions, hopelessness, oppression, and exploitation. Imam Cassiem was with Enoch Zulu and others in a trial of the PAC, APLA and Kipla. Enoch Zulu was APLA combatant, director of operations, and a member of military commission and the APLA High Command. When we say Imam Cassiem was a martyr, we mean it. His leadership is exemplary. He was the Secretary General of the PAC of Azania. He contributed in great forms and great content. Even in years when he was infirm and sickly, he kept up the spirit of the Azanian revolution. He inspired young people to get active in service of the African communities. We remember that he conducted his teachings on the development of a system of beliefs for oppressed people. No peace without justice. He said that the oppressed were the key transformation agency to bring about justice, freedom, peace, and ultimately call the shots in the land of their forefathers. Today, the PAC has conducted a mini revolution outside the eyes and ears of many people who had already written us off. They were in a rush to pay attention at what we were doing to unite the followers of Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe. We are proud to have achieved a turnaround. The PAC is steady as a rock. We are becoming stronger by the day. We are stable, united, focused, disciplined, and we are following a program of action to sharpen the PAC and making a trustworthy instrument in the hands of the people. Join us. Join the call of our martyrs. Let us hold hands and work together to destroy gangsterism and the hoodlums behind the scenes who mess up young women, innocent children, the aged, the communities of the poor, and everywhere else they can go. Soon, the PAC top leadership will come down to Cape Town and meet the leadership of Kipla, who were together in the trenches, sharing weapons, fighting against the oppressive system. The PAC has resolved her challenges. It is time now that PAC and Kipla meet to sharpen the future of our nation, as envisaged by our great revolutionary martyr, Imam Achmad Cassiem. Join the call to make the memory of a son of Africa, Comrade Imam Cassiem, a teacher, an imam, a revolutionary of the highest order, a devoted son of the soil, a freedom fighter of note. Join us to fight, work, and realize together the benefits of the sacrifices, sufferings, and complete service made by martyr Ahmad Imam Cassiem. I thank you very much for the privilege and honor to remember my elder, mentor, teacher, comrade, and fellow freedom fighter. Long live Imam Cassiem, long live. Give a thought to Africa under this crucial time. Many souls have passed away during peaceful demonstrations, yet we shall remember them when our freedom comes. So raise the flag of freedom on the hills and valleys. God bless Africa. sons and daughter, we shall never, never forget. Langa and Sharpeville, we shall never, never, oh, never forget Sharpeville. There are voices here crying now for the living God. Tell the Lord of Sobukwe by the hill and valleys, God bless Africa and her sons and daughters.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you very much, the praise singer. I don't profess to know a fraction of the words that you said, but certainly your passion and what came from the heart is certainly accepted and embraced by our hearts. Thank you so much. We now call upon one of the other grandsons of Imam Achmad Cassiem, Nasir, who will read a letter of condolence from the Hospital and Welfare and Muslim Educational Movement. Please welcome Nasir Sukar.
17th of July, 2023. Our sincere condolences. Assalamu alaikum, dear Cassiem family. It is with deep sadness, empathy and solidarity that we write this note of condolence. Reverend Imam Achmad Cassiem was a goal-driven principled leader led by niyat followed by concomitant action. Whilst many may have misunderstood his depth, a leader agitating for confrontation, the HWMEM, Hospital Welfare Muslim Educational Movement, acknowledged his stand for justice and peace, recognized that at times he singularly took up the baton of truth. His persistent philosophy of equity for social and economic justice corresponded with his deep akhlaq, his consistent love for learning and teaching, and unwavering commitment. No peace-loving person living in this country of visceral contrast and inequitable state, a deliberate divisive state, an apartheid state, would be ignorant of this magnanimous giant. His only crime and guilt was that he stood up firmly against hypocrisy, against arrogance, against nobility, for justice. He epitomized and lived the ayat, and say, truth has come, and falsehood has departed. Indeed is falsehood, by nature, ever bound to depart. Surah 17, verse 81. O you who have believed, be persistently standing firm for Allah, witnesses in justice, and do not let the hatred of a people prevent you from being just. Be just, that is nearer to righteousness, and fear Allah. Indeed, Allah is acquainted with what you do. Surah 5, verse 8. Fain would they deceive Allah and those who believe, but they only deceive themselves and realize it not. Surah 2, verse 9. We make dua that Allah pardons his sins. We make dua for ease of his passage to Jannah, for nur in his qabr, and granting the family sabr and understanding. His legacy will continue to live with us. The HWMEM salutes his work. The persistent, principled man, the revolutionist, the leader. Inna lillahi wa ilayhi raji'un. Shukran.
Thank you so much, Brother Masih, for that beautiful words. I'm going to call upon 3 people now, and it's really just to get them on the stage so that we can expedite the flow. Mr. Alex Robertson, Brother Aziz Kader, and Comrade Jama Matakanta. In that particular order. Mr. Alex Robertson is a former partner in the architectural drafting company, Price & Robertson. We employed Imam Achmad Cassiem after he was released from prison. The Imam valued the relationship which had developed and was nurtured over this time with Mr. Robertson and his wife, Helen. He was profoundly grateful for the kindness shown by Mr. Robertson, especially when the days were looking very gloomy as he was trying and he was preparing to getting married to Sister Fatima. Mr. Robertson, you may not know, but there's a bumper sticker in South Africa: when days are dark, friends are few. And certainly, it is evidence that you were one of those friends that came to the assistance of Imam Achmad Cassiem in the darkest of times when you offered him a job in your firm at the time. There is a very heart-rendering and a very sentimental note here from his daughter, Dr. Wahida Cassiem, who said that please let Mr. Robertson know that Imam still has the bedroom furniture which was given to him at the time. Please welcome Alex Robertson.
Yeah, probably. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll hold it. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. And I guess I'm someone a little out of context, but what I wanted to share with you is an experience that I had just over 50 years ago, probably about 53 years ago. And it's a personal story about myself and Achmad Cassiem. As I was introduced, I had an architectural practice in the early 1970s. Just a partner and myself and a part-time secretary. And we needed somebody to come and help us in the office. And I drew on an experience that I had myself way back when I finished school. My parents couldn't afford to send me to university. I wanted to become an architect. And fortunately, there was an ad in the newspaper where I was, 2 architects were looking for someone to train up. So I got the job. I went to see them, and they hired me. And that was a wonderful experience. So this was, in fact, a very similar experience. When I put this ad in the newspaper looking for someone to come and assist us. And I can't remember how many applications or people that called me, but the one that stood out was from a young man. In fact, I noticed he wasn't that young actually, because you know, if I look at the date that he was born, I was only 4 years older than him. So, but he appeared to be a young man, and the first thing he did was he said, I need a disclaimer. I need to tell you that I'm a banned person. So I knew what that meant because I had quite a lot of experience in understanding what was going on politically in South Africa, and in particular in Cape Town. For example, my sister, she was the secretary of the Liberal Party in Cape Town, and when she got married, she moved to Port Elizabeth with her husband, and the security police detained her. She had just given birth to a child, and they questioned her about certain activities that she was associated with. I won't go into a whole lot of detail, but it was an unpleasant experience, of course. And then the following day, she managed to be released, and she and her husband drove to Cape Town. They came to stay with me. The next day, she was on a boat out of the country, and she never returned for 27 years because that was not possible for her to come back to South Africa before that. And in any event, even at university, I had experience with work that we were doing as students in District 6. In fact, we had a program called the redevelopment of District 6. Instead of slum clearance, we felt that the important thing was to redevelop it as an essential part of a city. And we had an American professor who came to advise us and assist us in this process. And of course, we knew that that was an impossible task. It wasn't going to happen. But at that time, I also met, again, I guess he wasn't that young, but a lawyer called Dalla Omar. And we became very good friends. And in fact, later I advised him a lot of things, and he advised me on legal issues. And he asked me to design his house in Mabel Street, Rylands, which I did. A very modest house, and incidentally, some years ago, when he was still alive, I drove past the house when he was Minister of Justice, that's right, Minister of Justice. The only thing that had changed was there was a little security hut in the front, next to the front door, and where he had chosen to stay in Rylands as opposed to going into some mansion in the southern suburbs. So there were a whole lot of influences in my life, meeting people like Dalla Omar, my sister who was involved, and of course with Eddie Daniels again, who I knew before he was a photographer in District 6 in the early 60s. And when he came out of prison, he served his full service sentence. He was working with the Urban Foundation, and I became very friendly with him, and he also asked me to design a house for him, which I did in Hart Bay Heights. So I could go on about these things, but these were all to just give you some kind of context. So when Achmad came to see me, and he said, I'm a banned person, I said to him, well, that's going to count in your favor, come and see me, which he did. And of course, we hired him. Now, it's very interesting to hear another side of Achmad, which I knew very little of, but I was aware that there were many things that he was about. We would see him from time to time. And he was someone who, in our office, I would say quite argumentative. He wasn't somebody who was going to just accept anything that you tell him to do. And he loved to have discussions and tell me what to do, what he thought should happen. And, but, you know, that was the nature of the man. And, you know, I think, and then I closed the office, my partner and I closed the office in 1975. And it so happened that we had been working with a developer who was doing a lot of housing. And Achmad had skilled himself up very well. He was able to do these plans. And it so happened that he took over that role with this particular client. And I'm not going to mention who this client was, because I think that would be a big blot on Achmad's CV, but perhaps someone else in the audience would know. But anyway, he took it on, and of course, things worked out very well from him. Then we went overseas, my wife and my family went overseas, we went to America, and we came back, and it was only, I guess, from time to time that we would see him. I think the first time that we saw him was at a lecture at the university, which we went to, and there was a professor from Egypt University who was giving a talk on Islam. And we felt a little bit outnumbered, because there was a small hall, a little seminar hall, and it was a fascinating lecture. We sat in the front row, and I guess we were feeling a little bit uncomfortable because he was talking about the Crusades and all sorts of things, which, you know, made us feel a little uncomfortable. And so we were making for the door at the end of the conference, and suddenly a hand went up on the back of my shoulder, and I thought, oh boy, now what? And it turned out to be Achmad. And he then, you know, it was somebody who I thought was a pariah. Suddenly I became the hero, and he was introducing me to every one of his friends. And then from time to time we would meet, and I think just on a more sober note, it was wonderful that recently, and I mean recently the last 3 or 4 years, he would come and see me or come to our home, and he came with Wahida, and he brought chocolates, and he brought chocolates. Initially he thought it was my birthday, but it was in fact my wife's birthday on the 24th of February. And just like that, and it was wonderful. And then he came again, and then I wrote to him to say that I was hoping to see him, and wished him a happy birthday on the 12th of December, which was the same birthday as my middle son. And Wahida said she would send a message. I didn't know that he was unwell, and I really also didn't know the fact that he had passed away. And I only heard about it when I was invited to speak. So it's a little bit out of context for everyone here, but all I wanted to say, there was a very special relationship I had with Achmad. And it was a small thing that I did, because he wasn't able to be employed. He numbered the number of applications he made to get a job. He said there were over, I don't know, 25, 30 applications. No one would employ him. I think also because of the fact that well, first of all, he was a band person, and that he couldn't get a job as a house painter because he would have to be outside of the magisterial district of Cape Town. But when he was with us, we managed to get the security branch to extend his banning order, so he was allowed to go to outside of the magisterial district. In fact, he was getting married, so he was going to Hanover Park. Now, talking about getting married, it was mentioned in the introduction to me that he came to us and he said, oh, I'm getting married. So I said, okay, well, that's very nice. He said, well, you know, I have to get a bedroom suite. So I said, well, you know, why don't you know, when I got married, we had a bed frame, and we put it on bricks, and we had a bookcase with bricks and planks, and, you know, we had a pole that we would hang our clothes on. He said, no, you don't understand. You don't understand. That's not what we need. We need a proper bedroom suite. It needs to be inspected on the wedding day. And so I said, oh, okay, well, so we went off to, I think it was Morkel's or something on Long Street. And we then said, okay, we'll buy this for you for your wedding present. And I was pleased to hear that it's still there. So it's lost, it must have been a good quality one. Anyway, those are my reminiscences. Achmad was a very special person in my life. He came to me once when I think he was in trouble in 1978, just before we went to America, 1977 probably. And one thing he never did, we never drove a car. He always had somebody to drive him around. So he came to the house and the car was outside and he came in, we had a lovely chat. And then he said, oh, by the way, he said, if I could I come and stay with you? So I said, sure, anytime, you know. And I knew why he was saying that. And, you know, how could I refuse? He was a friend of mine, he was somebody that I'd known for years. And of course, that he never did that. But anyway, it's, for me, been a privilege to be, in a sense, share some of my experiences with the man, and also to know that just over 50 years we had this, we met and we had this relationship, and that recently he came back into my life. And I think what Wahida was saying was that I think he realized that he was going and he wanted to say thank you and farewell. And so therefore, I'll end on that note. I think it's, my family sends condolences to the family, as we've done before, and I just want to say thank you for inviting me to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Alex Robertson. No, certainly you were not out of context, sir. But we did, I'm sure there are many people in the world today that have heard for the first time that there was another side to Imam Achmad Cassiem. Certainly a bedroom suite, if you like. Moving from the architectural drafting rooms to a person that was very, very close to Imam. In fact, since the age of 19 years, he was a member of Qibla, being one of the 5 members who was on the Imam's Revolutionary Command, arrested in 1986, re-arrested on his release from Paulsmoor after 3 years, whilst in the company of his attorney. And just on a personal note, after all these years, it's the first time that I have the opportunity and the privilege to introduce to the podium Brother Aziz Kaider. Please welcome revolutionary Brother Aziz Kaider.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah nahmaduhu wa nusalli rasulil kareem. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. I was asked by Sister Wahida to recount how I met with Achmad or Imam Achmad Cassiem and what impact he had on my life. So it's a very personal story. I would like to put this meeting in the context of an ayah in the Quran, Surah Yunus, verse 83. فَمَا آمَنَ لِمُوسَى إِلَّا ذُرِّيَّةٍ مِّن قَوْمِهِ عَلَى خَوْفٍ مِّن فِرْعَوْنَ وَمَلَائِهِمْ أَن يَفْتِنَهُمْ. And the brief translation is, no one had faith in Musa except a few youth from among his people, because there was fear of Pharaoh, and this is the key part, and the elites from among the people. And I think we've heard quite a bit over the last couple of hours, but Imam Achmad Cassiem had a very special relationship with the youth. And I met him I met him when I was 19 years old. I was active in the UCT Muslim Student Association. Now my life is not unique in any way. It's a shared experience. It's what probably every family went through. I come from a relatively sheltered background, and in our family the only emphasis was to get a good education and to become better than the generation before. I had a slight inkling of the politics, and the politics that I got schooled in was at Livingston, which was the New Unity Movement, and of course the influences of Mr. Dudley and the sort, and of course from the newspapers. But when I was tasked to do something while I was at the university, I don't know by whom. I don't know if it was Mr. Brother Ibrahim Bardeen, or at the time the chairperson of the MSA, which I think is Imtiaz Adams. But they said to me, go and fetch this person. We're having this program called the Islamic Week at the University of Cape Town. And go and fetch this person. His name is Achmad Cassiem. He lives in Soetwaterhof in Hanover Park. He's a banned person. He's under house arrest, so you need to go and pick him up. Now, at the time, struggle politics in my head was very much a spaghetti bowl. There was lots of misunderstandings. So anyway, I go and pick him up. And that one act changed my life, because on the way from Hanover Park to UCT, for him to give that lecture, he started to educate me about the politics of South Africa, the various organizations, and over a long period of time, that was distilled to become clearer and clearer. But what I wanted to say was that in that year, two things happened. The first was that there was an Islamic revolution in Iran, and it was all over the newspapers, so obviously I was influenced by that. And the second was meeting Imam Achmad Cassiem, because what he did after that was, in fact, that very same night, he spoke on Islam and revolution. And he mesmerized us, because he articulated so clearly what it means to have a revolution, what the constituent elements are in a revolution. And I'll never forget the one quote that night. When he drew this thing to an end, he had now connected the Islamic revolution in Iran with Islam and revolution. And the one thing he said, and it stuck with me forever, was, if a nation is asleep, if there's one person who's awake, he can wake the nation. But if everyone is asleep, the nation is far gone. So that was what he did for me on that night. Secondly, there was another important person I met that night, and that was Brother Yusuf Patel. He's sitting at the back. And Yusuf Patel, Achmad Cassiem, and myself would have our lives intertwined through organizations, through prison, and as friends, forever, from that one moment. And that's why I say it was an absolutely critical moment in my life. The trajectory of my life completely changed. And thirdly, through his action, from that day onwards, he demonstrated for me that the authority, the apartheid authority, was not worthy of our attention. I would regularly visit him. in Hanover Park. We would have hours of discussion. I would drive him all over the show. At no stage did he draw my attention to anything or any problems with his surveillance, he never asked me to be careful, he just welcomed me. Sometimes you would joke about, you know, okay, he had a raid, security police was here, they were looking for some documents, and, you know, to recount more or less what he told them. But the most important thing is he never made me feel uneasy about, you know, this oppressive system that was surrounding him. In fact, the education I got on a regular basis made all of that inconsequential. In a short while after that, you know, the movement Qibla was formed. You know, we launched it with a relatively large audience, but it wasn't the core of what it was. Our learning curve was extremely steep. Even though he remained banned and under house arrest for almost all of the 80s and so forth, he managed to delegate tasks to us that required many, many late nights from us. I look at some of the publications at the back, and I can recall us sitting throughout the night till the following morning, folding those publications as it came off the press and distributing them at the various mosques and so forth. And what this turned out was a closely knit cadre of workers. You know, during the 80s, the uprisings, the 1980 uprising, the 1983 Sebokeng uprising, the 1984 civil uprising, 1985 UDF's defiance campaign, many more milestones arrived. Under Imam Achmad Cassiem, his tenacity, Qibla went from an ideological group to a group with an armed capability and international diplomatic operations. I don't have to go into the details of that. While he was banned and confined to his home, we even managed to get him, and Brother Yusuf can be my witness, to get him to fly to Johannesburg to meet with international diplomats and foreign diplomats under false names, you know, in disguise. His famous alias was Kevin Brown, and still make him get home by the evening. You know, so you'd be in Johannesburg meeting foreign diplomats and still be home by the evening. Throughout those times, he was our a rock-solid pillar. Many projects. I mean, we heard some of the projects that came about as a result of his inspiration. Radio 786 being only one of them. You know, there's the Mustadafin Foundation. We cooked food. We visited Nakhlistan, Site C. You know, Shukur started and developed an enormous organization, you know, called Nakhlistan later. But the inspiration was there with that small group of people that eventually turned out to be formidable organizations. And all the while, you know, his educational classes continued. He recruited doctors. Yeah, he recruited doctors to operate as underground health workers for people who got injured. Lawyers, obviously, for those who needed to be represented in trials. Truckers to manage the logistics, artists and typesetters for the printing. All of that. And all of that while the back channels to the various organizations, Comrade Jama is here, you know, Yusuf, the back channels to Umkhonto Sizwe, to Azapo, to the APLA, to PAC, to many other organizations. Those were kept alive, and it was, you know, it's just a monumental amount of work that he accomplished even while under house arrest. It was just phenomenal, the amount of work that he managed to get through. But the one thing that I do want to mention is that it was impossible, obviously, without his inspiration, his enthusiasm, his fearlessness, and his encouragement. But what we don't realize is that the pillar for Imam Achmad Cassiem was Auntie Fatima. And during that time, his family made huge sacrifices. His achievements were only possible because they made his life bearable. And I think that if we are honoring Imam Achmad Cassiem today, I don't think we can honor Imam Achmad Cassiem without thinking of Auntie Fatima and his children, because it was they who allowed us into the home. It was they who sacrificed the time with their father that they could have had. It was because of Auntie Fatima and the kids that life became bearable for him, because apartheid made life really unbearable for him. And that's all I really want to say. I had two, intense moments with him just before he died. One, 2 months before he died, in which, as usual, he educated me and gave me a task to write a paper and to do some analysis. And then one last moment, a week before he died, I went to visit him, and I had probably an hour of alone time with him. He was in bed at the time, and he was on his way to the hospital for the first time in that week. And I just come back from a trip to Accra, Ghana, and I could, share with him some of the photos of Kwame Nkrumah's monument and his grave and his mausoleum. And I recounted a story for him in which I said that the guide that took me around, when Ghana, as you know, is really poor, and when I took him around and I said to him, if you have one wish for Ghana, what would that wish be? And he said, I wish that Kwame Nkrumah was alive today. And he looked at me and he said, and I said, because so that he could see what they did to his legacy. And a sadness came over his face, and he held on to my hand, and it's all that needed to be said, because we know what it's like in South Africa. It's no different in Ghana. And unfortunately, there's work to be done. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Brother Aziz Kader. I'm going to ask, before we're going to give over to the next speaker, Mr. Peter Presents and Professor Muhammad Harun, if they can just find their way. We are challenged with time, extremely challenged with time, so I'm going to ask, I'm just going to take a discretionary view and ask the three speakers just to cut 2 minutes of the time. Professor Mahmoud, you are absolutely correct. There's a learning for us. 10 minutes is absolutely not sufficient, and I'm stealing 2 minutes. Please, Mr. Peter Presents, and please, Professor Muhammad Harun. I'm going to call upon the next speaker, Comrade Jama Matakata, a representative of the ex-political prisoners, served with Imam since 1988 on Robben Island, and although he knew him since the 70s, founding member of COSAS, Western Cape. Please welcome Mr. Jama. Must you wait? Can we continue with the song? Because there's a 2-minute lag that we're going to move over from the generator to now that the load shedding is completed.
Can I just a little bit
down? Down.
Dear comrades, the president of the PAC in absentia, the rest of the other members of PAC, Kibla, and different formations here, including the program director, I greet you all. Comrades, because already it has been mentioned that we are running against time. And therefore, Comrade Yusuf Patel from ex-political prisoners leadership, you will forgive me, I will not go and take you through the journey, the personal journey I had with the Comrade Achmad Cassiem since I met him in 1980. So I will leave that or park it for now. I will go straight to my speech on behalf of the ex-political prisoners. But before I do that, I would like to pay tribute to women because it's their month. And we all know that women are the people who brought us into this world, and they have carried us in their bellies, on their backs, and also, most importantly, they carried us on their bellies, connecting us biologically with other human beings. That is why we multiplied, and we are so many today. I'm just opening my speech, please. Program Director, allow me to express on behalf of the Western Cape ex-political prisoners our deep gratitude and appreciation to the family and comrades of Comrade Imam Cassiem for the opportunity accorded to us to remember and honor this revolutionary and a Pan-Africanist of note. We also convey our greetings from the national leadership and members in general, and we do so with great humility. Comrade Imam Cassiem was a man of simplicity, and yet intellectually and politically complicated. He did not use the word comrade loosely. For him, the word comrade had a deeper meaning. And one of those ingredients of such was non-betrayal of the liberation struggle to free humanity, and Palestine being one of such beneficiaries in terms of adding his voice to amplify their struggle for liberation. He certainly was the voice of the voiceless, and his shoulders were full of scars from carrying hopes and aspirations of many, who some would go to bed with nothing in their stomachs, and others with no hope at all to survive the next day. Comrade Imam Cassiem, deep sense of understanding the plight of the poor was incredible and beyond one's imagination. This was an exceptional man with extraordinary gift of love of his people. He was vehemently opposed to any form of oppression, exploitation, and discrimination, regardless of who the perpetrator of such wars. His eloquent manner of narration and fondly sharing of his political and academic knowledge would leave audience he addressed captured and mesmerized. We are here talking about a comrade who always displayed a hunger to teach, and everywhere he spoke, every opportunity he got, every responsibility he was given, and every platform he occupied, he made sure that the audience would take one or two things as lessons. He was undoubtedly a teacher by calling. The comrade was a Pan-Africanist of note and a devoted Muslim who embraced the teachings of Islam fully. The forces of oppression failed to break his spirit, as they repeatedly caged him like an animal in police and prison cells with the intention to humiliate him, but he survived. In case many forgot, this is a man who was despised and hated by the oppressive regime during the darkest days in the struggle for the liberation of the oppressed people of South Africa. He served these people, sacrificed his life, and suffered for his unwavering principles. Comrade Mfazwe, as he was affectionately known, believed that true freedom can only be attained through the barrel of a gun. Comrades, we all know that the comrade at times will also be controversial, but he liked, challenges. He liked also to engage, and most importantly, in terms of his own definition of a revolutionary. He would say, and Comrade Yusuf can bear me out on this one, he said, a revolutionary's work is to make those who are comfortable uncomfortable, and those who are comfortable, those who are uncomfortable, comfortable. That was his definition of a revolutionary. And of course, as you would know, that each and every person has a darker side and has also a lighter side. Comrade Imam Cassiem's darker side was that he never at all mastered the art to work with those he disliked. I had an opportunity with Comrade Yusuf, because Comrade Yusuf and Comrade Achmad, and they were mentors, my mentors in terms of political education. And the respect that we accorded each other is mutual. And they never treated me as a young boy. They elevated me to their status, and I'm very grateful for that. In conclusion, dear comrades, I would like to leave you with a quote from one of the generals, of course, the late Murtala Mohammed of Nigeria, who said, I quote, "When I contemplate the evils of apartheid, my heart bleeds. And if I were to amend that quote, I would say that when I contemplate the journey traveled by this giant in his efforts to liberate this country, my heart bleeds. Comrade Achmad Cassiem, Imam, was very unfortunate in that he died with pain in his heart. The pain was simple. Is that the regime, which is our regime, failed dismally to honor and recognize the man. And the challenge today that we have is that we have in the corridors of power people who use tags to identify individuals. They don't at all consider your competence. They look at whether are you a PAC, are you a Kipla member, and therefore if you are not a member of the ruling party, then it becomes a problem. And these are the things that we must strive to correct. And Comrade Achmad Cassiem was very clear in terms of that. I mean, we agreed to disagree on certain things, but when it comes to principles, we were just, compatible with each other. So with those words, comrades, I would like to say, long live Comrade Imam Cassiem. Long live.
Thank you very much. We'll continue the program after Maghrib. We thank you for your kindness, Professor and Mr. President. They're going to speak immediately after Maghrib. For those who are not going to go to the masjid to offer the prayers, there are some refreshments at the back. Thank you so much.
Sorry, attention. Can somebody with a black Kia and a maroon Golf, they're blocking somebody that needs to get out urgently. A black Kia, Picanto, and a burgundy Golf.
Delegates, there are 2 cars blocking the way. Can I just have your attention just for 2 seconds? There are 2 cars blocking the way. One is a Kia. It's a black one. CAA 472950. CAA 472950. It's a black Kia. And then, what's that? Nizam, just give the phone to Sister Wahida. I mean Sister Wasila. Wasila. And then there's a burgundy red Golf. Yeah, I couldn't make out the CA number. Burgundy red Golf, also blocking the way. Comrades and delegates, you can take your food and bring it to your seating place. We'd like to just continue with the program. Those who are managing the refreshment tables, kindly inform the comrades and the delegates that they can take a little plate and come to their seats. Yeah, I know. Totally. Yeah, but who's going to the masjid? Over. Totally. They should be able to disconnect it. When the school has a meeting, yeah, they can't. Did he go over? Urgent request, driver and or owner of golf. It's a 2T CA37. Let me start again. CA347741. Golf, red, burgundy, 2T model. Registration number is CA347741. Kindly move your vehicle, please. How long does it take? Driver, owner of black Kia, CAA 472950. CAA 472950. CAA 472950. And Burgundy Golf, CA 347741. What they saying? Did you do that? Comrades, will have to start. Those who are still picking their refreshments, putting it onto a plate, and gently make their way, soundlessly make their way to their seats, then we can start. I'm going to ask the comrades just to demonstrate a little bit of discipline. Comrades, we never compete with food, never ever. But what we are going to ask, our request is that those who are still choosing the food and putting it on a plate can do so just with a minimal sound and disruptions. Delegates, we're trying to sort out the technical issue. There's a recital in the masjid, which is feeding to their speakers. I'd like to begin by introduction before I call the next speaker, just to say thank you very much for your kindness and your patience and your flexibility. The next speaker, according to the program, is an MK soldier, author of a recently published book, Quiet Activist, husband to another MK soldier, Fabricia Bibi Marsh, the niece of the late James Marsh, who was arrested at Trafalgar High School, sentenced and incarcerated on Robben Island together with Imam Achmad Cassiem. Please welcome Mr. Peter Presence.
Good evening. It's indeed a pleasure and honor for me to speak to you at this event. And I wish to thank the Cassiem family for this opportunity. I'm not related to the family, but I've always referred to Imam Achmad Cassiem as Uncle Ahmad, and to his wife Fatima as Auntie Tima. And this is how I will refer to them this evening. I'm sure that every person who met Uncle Ahmad, even if it was one single engagement with him, knew that he or she has been in the presence of a truly remarkable person, a revolutionary. I will this evening reflect on my personal journey with Uncle Ahmad and the Cassiem family and the impact they made on my life. In early 1984, at the age of 20, I started dating my wife, Fabricia. Her nickname is Bibi. At the time, I trained as a draftsman in Kimberley and was already on a path where I was clear that resisting apartheid and oppression would become part of my life. So how does a 20-year-old know that the person he is dating is the person that he must marry? For me, it was when shortly after we started dating and Bibi got to know my political views, she suggested, and I must say with some urgency, that I must meet her Uncle Ahmad, who spent time on Robben Island with her Uncle James Marsh, her father's brother. Uncle Ahmad was the one who recruited James into the underground, and both of them, as we know, ended up on Robben Island. A close bond developed and was sustained over decades between the Cassiem and the Marsh families. Families who experienced the shared pain of their teenage sons being dragged from their matric classes and imprisoned on Robben Island. At the time, Fatima Hendricks and Bibi's aunt Paula worked together at Gozart as machinists. And in 1966, when Ahmad's mother already passed away and his father too ill to visit him, on one of only 2 visits allowed to prisoners per year. When Auntie Tima had the opportunity to visit her brother James, she asked Fatima to accompany her and visit Ahmad. So it was that Ahmad and Fatima met for the first time on Robben Island, and they would get married on the 31st of January 1971. So while in Cape Town for a weekend, soon after Bibi first broached the idea in 1984 of me meeting Uncle Ahmad, she whisked me off to the same block of flats that the previous speaker referred to. Flats called Soetwater in Hanover Park. We headed to a flat on the first floor where she introduced me to Uncle Ahmad, Auntie Tima, and their 4 children. It did not take me long to understand why Bibi felt I must meet Uncle Ahmad. Over the next 2 years, we would often visit the Cassiem home, where Uncle Ahmad and I would talk for an hour or 2. It was never necessary to make an appointment with him. Due to the restrictions imposed and his banning orders, he was always at home. I could ask him questions on any topic, on which I wanted clarity in terms of developing my thinking and my worldview. I would arrive with a list of questions, and after leaving would contemplate his responses over the weeks that followed. By mid-1985, I made the decision to join the armed struggle. I was not recruited by anybody into the armed struggle, but it was rather our painful history and my lived experiences in apartheid South Africa that convinced me that there can be a government so unjust and evil that it would be justified to take up arms against it. Uncle Ahmad, of course, would have a different view, or we ask a different question. He would say, not only should we ask whether it is justified, but we should rather ask whether it is not our obligation to resist an unjust government. Those of us who took the decision to join the armed struggle will know about the loneliness of the journey. Let us also not forget that in those dark days, it was not possible to ask your average priest or imam for guidance. When Uncle Ahmad's father went to an imam to ask for guidance when his son was in prison at the age of 17, the advice the imam gave Uncle Ahmad's father was that his son should consider. I did not inform Uncle Ahmad in 1985 that I planned to join the armed struggle. I knew that I could have conversations with him about whether it is just. I knew only a few people with whom I could have these kinds of conversations. I would only inform him after 1994 of how his conversations assisted me with the life path I've chosen. I was also clear at the time that imprisonment, torture, or death may be part of my future. Even for this, Uncle Ahmad had an answer for me. Every day is a good day to die. This mantra became very real to me because from that day onwards, every day indeed became a day that I may be detained, interrogated, imprisoned, or even murdered, as happened to so many of the soldiers from liberation movements. His wise words allowed me to treasure every moment, every relationship, every opportunity to make a difference in somebody's life. In December 1985, Bibi and I made the decision to get married, leave the country, and join the armed struggle during our honeymoon. We got married on 27 December 1985, and sadly, Uncle Ahmad could not attend our wedding due to the restrictions imposed on him. But Auntie Tima blessed us with her presence by taking a bus from Hanover Park to Elsie's River. When we returned from our training in Angola mid-1986, only to find when we visited the Cassiem family, that Uncle Ahmad had been detained in May of that year, a month before we arrived back home. In October that year, without the knowledge of his family, he was transferred from Cape Town to Diepkloof prison in Johannesburg. He had yet to be charged. One day a warden approached him and offered to let his family know where he was. Uncle Ahmad and Auntie Tima had some time before agreed on a code that should a message arrive, she would know it was indeed from him. And so, with the support of the warden, he sent the message to Auntie Tima to inform her of his whereabouts. He was eventually moved to Rustenburg prison, 1,500 kilometers from home, in what is now the Northwest Province. So it was that in late November or early December 1986, I had the privilege to drive the children to Rustenburg to visit their father in prison. They could only speak to their father on the phone and look at him through a glass window. No personal contact was allowed. The children were very young. And I'm not sure whether at that age they fully understood what the apartheid government was doing to their family. Even in that moment, without him knowing, Uncle Achmad had a lesson for me. Through his suffering and the suffering of his family, he gave me a glimpse into what we must be prepared to do and to sacrifice to fight injustice. During one of our visits at that time to Auntie Tima, I told her I was unemployed and looking for a job. Bibi gave up her studies before we left, and I resigned from my work before we left. At the time of his arrest, Uncle Achmad had an architectural office design studio in Belgravia Road. Since his arrest, Auntie Tima had to deal with the many phone calls she received from Uncle Achmad's clients. Auntie Tima and I, with the support of the lawyer, Ali Adams, agreed that I will manage the drawing office in his absence. This gave Bibi and me This gave Bibi and me a much needed income. And in a small way, the income the office generated assisted Auntie Tima and the children. Also through my work at his office, I realized that I could continue to learn from him. Even as the apartheid government tried their best to remove him from society. It was soon very clear to me that Uncle Achmad's business catered largely for the needs of those in the community who could not afford the City of Cape Town's policy that required every structure on a property to have an approved plan. Consequently, I drew plans for people in Bridgetown, Manenberg, Hanover Park, Kalsteenfontein, Bonteheuwel. The insights I gained from Uncle Achmad through my work at his drawing office is a deep understanding of how far removed government officials could be from the people they are meant to serve. Lessons I've been fortunate to apply throughout my professional career as a government official. I have been involved in the education sector for more than 30 years, from an unqualified teacher in 1988 to a senior manager. I had the privilege to work on education projects in all provinces. I've worked with highly qualified individuals. What made Uncle Achmad, however, unique as an educator is that he had the ability to turn every conversation into a teaching and a learning experience. Can you imagine how different our education system would be if just this one lesson from Uncle Achmad can be applied by every teacher and every official? I guess I can go on for another hour or two, but allow me to fast forward to 2022. I worked on a personal project for most of 2022, and Uncle Achmad was kind enough to provide me with valuable guidance and assistance during this period. So once again, I was blessed to be in his presence for many hours and days in months before his passing. We would, of course, talk often about those dark days of apartheid. In one of our conversations, we reflected on our families. His words to me were, "Peter, it was the love and support of our families that sustained us during those dark days. And allow me to add that even the apartheid government knew this. This is why they tried not only to break the spirit of Uncle Achmad, but also Auntie Tima and the children. They were, of course, utterly unsuccessful. I know. I know. I saw it in Auntie Tima's eyes. Peter, it was the love and support of our families that sustained us during those dark days. I think this is the final lesson Uncle Achmad left with me. When we look at the exhibition in the back, when we think of what he has contributed to our country, let us remember that the love and support of his family sustained him. It is perhaps now and in the years to come that we should constantly be reminded to support his family and the families of many other revolutionaries who sacrificed so much for us. I thank you.
We don't often hear these personal accounts. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Peter. And we take to heart your reminder that it is indeed the families that sustain us during these dark days. And it's a reminder for all of us that when we think we're on a roll, as young people would say, it is oftentimes the people back home, unassumingly, unsung, that keep the boat going. Thank you very, very much indeed. I think it's befitting that we call upon one of the granddaughters, she was here earlier, to come to the stage, and she's going to read for us a letter of condolence from the Imam Harun Foundation and the Harun family. Please welcome again Hadia Sukur, granddaughter of Imam.
Dearest Dr. Wahida Cassiem Sukur, Shafiq Sukur and family, your beloved father and grandfather lived an enlightened life, a life of love, peace and immense contribution. And ever has it been known that love knows not its own depth until the hour of separation. If you would behold the spirit of death, open your heart wide unto the body of life, for life and death are one, even as the river and sea are one. By Khalil Gibran. With much love from the Imam Harun Foundation, Shamila Shamis, Prof. Muhammad Harun, Fatima Harun Masood, and from all the Harun, Shamis and Masood family. Shukran.
Shukran, Hadia. Thank you so much. It then flows automatically then and logically that after that letter of condolence from the Imam Harun Foundation and the Harun family, on a very personal and rather very sentimental note, that we're going to call upon the next speaker, Professor Muhammad Harun, son of the martyr of Imam Abdullah Harun, who was murdered on the 24th of September and buried on the 27th of September 1969. University lecturer and professor at the University of Botswana, University of Cape Town, University of Western Cape, and of course Stellenbosch University. He's an author, he's an editor, and exactly to the minute, 5 weeks ago, Professor Harun was called by one of the radio stations to give a brief input and share some accounts of Imam Achmad Cassiem. Please welcome tonight on this podium, Professor Harun.
رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي امري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Molweni, Dumelang. Good evening. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Because of time, we'll try to condense whatever we have in our mind within the few minutes given. We'll try to keep it within the 10 minutes. When we spoke about a letter of condolence, my sister and I, of course we agreed as we normally do. But for me personally, to send a letter of condolence cannot in any way capture the internal feelings about somebody who has been a mentor, who has been an ideologue, who has been an influencer, as we call it on social media, and much, much more than that. So we are, of course, not critiquing letters of condolence, is what we are saying. These letters are, of course, letters of empathy, but to reflect on a person such as Imam Achmad Cassiem, or if I may allow me to say Imam AC, the alternative, sort of connector, so to speak, who demonstrated very profoundly in his life, because he himself was somebody who was a man of integrity. And you and I know that in our communities, integrity is very difficult to find. We don't match up to it. We don't reflect it. We don't show it. And so when we think of dear Imam Ahmad, I mean, he was much more, as we had said, not just to me personally, but to us as a generation, were very much influenced by him. Alongside, of course, his ideas was the ideas of Robert Sobukwe, of Steve Biko. We lived in that generation, and we are still expressing those feelings with those individuals in mind. And let me just contextualize what I'm saying here too. Over the past 2 days, my sister and I went to Johannesburg to attend a foundation human rights meeting. Now, FHR is a foundation that helps with many TRC cases, unfinished business, whatever that means. Nonetheless, our family sort of benefited somewhat from that. And of course, as you know, that the inquest of our father, Imam Abdullah Harun, was held in November, and then a subsequent one in April, and now, of course, we're waiting for the outcome. But whilst we were there, we raised the names of Steve Biko and Robert Sobukwe, partly because these individuals have suffered so much. Not just their families, the communities that they represented, the ideas that they had and of course shared with the generations that were there and up to now. So in a sense, we need to write them into history and not erase them. And with that, we also say that Imam Achmad Cassiem's contribution should be written into our textbooks so that our children and generations to come need to recognize, need to admit, need to acknowledge that there were individuals who stood up, no matter what the circumstances were, as long as they stood up for justice. And this is what he exemplified. Let me quickly come to the other points I just want to highlight. Perhaps I think I need to emphasize, which was in one or another underlined by previous speakers. The teachers of Imam Ahmad were critical in his life. We heard the name drop, Dr. Sadiq Isaacs. Dr. Sadiq Isaacs played a very crucial role in the life of Imam Ahmad. He himself too was a man of integrity, but he was a very quiet person. But that with quietness, he was very influential. But we're not going to go down that route just to unpack him. Partly, I just want to mention his name, partly because there was that interconnectedness between the teacher and the student, in this case, Imam Ahmad. But I also want to mention the father of Imam Ahmad, Achmad Cassiem, as he was known as. We should also recall names such as he, as well as others, who played a critical role in the life, in the thinking of Imam Ahmad. And then, of course, we should think of his spouse. We have heard at least a few times now that Sister Fatima's name was mentioned. So she was a pillar in that home. And her memory goes along with the memory of Imam Ahmad. We're in a month of August in which we celebrate the women. So we need to celebrate the memory of Sister Fatima as well. After all, she stood by him. She supported him. She strengthened him. And I think that is what I learned about my mother and her support for my father. And on that note, I need to say that Imam Ahmad was one of those few individuals who used to come to the Imam Harun home, to my mother, to pay his respects annually on the 27th of September. And that in itself shows and reflects the concern he has always had for widows. But leaving that aside, let me just move on, and I think also I should mention Sister Khairunisa was married to Imam Ahmad. We also should pay respects to her. Mustad Afin Foundation is synonymous with Sister Khairunisa. And Imam Qasim's name on top of that. So you can imagine the institution that was set up. And I think we need to write about these histories. We need to inscribe them, not just on paper, but on walls. We are not here to worship Imam Ahmad. Of course, he would reject that. But we need to commend him and acknowledge his contribution. And that is what we need to do. So I would support Professor Patel's suggestion that we should have a series of seminars because we need to unpack this Imam who was in our midst, who is no more, but whose spirit lives on. We need to extract his ideas, look at how he understood issues, how he interpreted them, how he was able to comment on them. And that in itself is a task that falls upon us so that his legacy continues. I know my time is I'm going more than what I was intended to say, but let me also quickly slot in Qibla. Qibla, as you had heard from Kader, basically came in at a very interesting period. But what did Qibla do apart from all the issues that you might have heard and read? One of the things that Imam Ahmad did, and this is interesting for us from within the Muslim community and outside it, of course, they referred to Imam Harun as a martyr. In Arabic, there's the word shaheed. In the Quran, the Almighty speaks or makes reference to martyrs. And so what Qibla did, it gave that support to this concept. And of course, you and I know, some of us who were there in that times, I've read or heard that certain shuyukh, that is theologians, rejected this notion. How can he be a martyr? But Imam Achmad Cassiem was not perturbed by their responses. He persisted. And of course, today, we do recognize him, not just because I'm his son, but because the way he was killed, the way he was murdered whilst in detention. But let me leave that aside and conclude, and I want to conclude with concepts. Of course, we talk about, these days we talk about the letters of the alphabet. You know whom I'm talking about. but we want to change that to a more positive notion. We heard early on that Imam Achmad Cassiem, when the architect spoke, he was argumentative. Many of us who know him, he was that man. You put an idea, and your idea is somewhat illogical, he'll break it down for you to tell you your argument doesn't hold. And so in a sense, not to say he wants to be bombastic or in a sense counter you, he just wants to point out to you that you have a faulty argument. So go back to it, relook at it. And so that stands out. He was articulate. I'm talking about the letter A in this case. And then of course, we can go on and on to the letter Z. He had zest for life, zest for transformation, zest for social justice. He always preached it, but he spoke about it because he wanted it to become a lived experience. But you and I know we're living in a country supposed to have transformed, lots of money for every citizen in this country, despite our 60 million. But it goes into the pockets of those who are literally raping us, of course, in terms of money, maybe otherwise too. And this is the sad part. So when you think of iconic figures like Imam Achmad Cassiem, having preached this all the years, he was a of course somebody said he was a preacher. Yes, he was a preacher in an ideological sense. And he was persistent. And he was forceful. And he was forthright. So all of these qualities stand out. Not because he wanted to show that he is better than you, he never showed that. But he wanted to show the argument that somebody presents, how problematic it has been and is. So he was a very zealous individual. But let me come to, and I end off with this. There's, of course, we know that when we take spice and put it in the food, what does it do to the food? It gives it flavor. Now, for me, Imam Ahmad was a spicy fellow. He was special, the S. He was symbolic in terms of his fight for justice. He was sharp-tongued. He'll say what he needs to say. Of course, you can counter-argue, he doesn't mind. But he'll put it and he'll clarify exactly in an articulate manner what he wants to say. He was a spirited man. Somebody who infused you with that same spirit at times. And sometimes you want to say, how can you be like him? Not necessarily aloud, but when you see him, when he addresses a crowd, or he speaks to you personally, you just feel that vibe. He was principled, as we had heard on a few occasions. He was passionate about justice, about equity, about bringing about change in a positive sense. And this he did persistently. So another P. So we said the S to the P, now to the I. He was inspirational. He was a man of integrity, a point we made earlier. But he was also impactful. We heard Kader when he made his presentation when he was young. Of course, we were all young then. But being young individuals, you were inspired by these individuals who could articulate ideas in such a clear manner that you just stand in awe. So, the C, he commanded respect. And that in itself was important, but always courteously. He came across a very courteous individual, not trying to slice you up or in an argument, but he did it in a very sort of courteous manner that you yourself as the argument, is the person who involved in the argument, you have to say, hey, that is it. And let me come to the final. He was very enthusiastic, as one of the earlier speakers also said. But more so, he was also very energetic. Always on the move, whether it's mind or his body. Of course, in the last, when I saw him with my sister, when Sister Wahida and Sister Khairun allowed us to come, just looking at him filled us with of course, with love for the individual who sacrificed much, but who had lots of energy, but whose energy basically has now come to an end. So, and with the last word I want to say, he was an educator par excellence. The oldest profession, which he wrote, the begging bowl that he wrote, the other articles that he had written, all of these need to be reflected upon. And I would suggest the commemoration committee to put them, compile them all into one, so that at least, and hopefully with a biography of the Imam, so that our children and the next generation can learn from individuals such as he. Shukran, thank you very much. Kialabach.
After the we're just going to have 3 poems being read by Fatima Tofi and Ali Amar Sukr and by Achmad Cassiem. And then we'll close this segment and then we'll immediately go into the dhikr, the 40-day dhikr. Right. Thank you, Professor Harun Muhammad. All right, can we just have the 3 readers? Fatima Tofi is here. Ali Amar Sukr is the grandson of Imam Achmad Cassiem and one of the other granddaughters of Imam Achmad Cassiem, Sister Achmad Cassiem. Just perhaps, with your indulgence, on an educational note, that there is a certain urgency when Muslims read their prayers at sunset, but there's a more lenient approach and a more lenient approach to the late night prayer as it is now. And so just on an educational note, that is why you saw the urgency at sunset, but there is leniency for this kind of prayer. Immediately after the reading of the poems, Sister Wahida is going to do the closing, and then we will immediately start with the short dhikr. I was informed that maybe on an educational note that people are going to read their late night prayers. All right, let's start with the first poem by, it's called the Cape Cannot Cope, written by Hujjatul Islam Abdullah Hussaini, and it's going to be read by Fatima Tofi.
الرحمن الرحيم ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Cape Cannot Cope, a poem dedicated to Imam Achmad Cassiem, rahmatullah alayh, by Sayyid Husseini. Son of the soil? Nay, you don't belong to the soil alone. All usurped lands are claiming you. You are the son of Azania, son of Africa, son of Palestine, son of the soil of Syria. You have roots in Sana and Sina. Your father is from Caracas, your mother from Cuba. You were born in Qibla, you are grown in Aqsa. You attended school in Tehran, graduated from the same university as Nasrullah. Cannot belittle you by calling you an activist. Revolutionary is your surname. You are synonymous with torture, imprisonment, resistance, jihad, and struggle. Your nickname is AK-47. Your title is Mujahid. Can't describe you as a leader. You are rather a ladder to so many comrades' ascension. Son of Khomeini, brother of Biko, son of Sobukwe, soulmate of Soleimani, soulmate of Mandela. Salam to you as you are arrested as a terrorist. Salam to you as you are sentenced to imprisonment. Salam to you as you lead Quds Day rally. And salam to you as you depart from this world. You are remembered from District 6 to Sophia Town, from Gaza to Yemen, from Quds to Qum. When Quds is free, I will tell Kubit Sakhra that you died longing for its freedom. You tortured your torturer in jail as he failed to get from you any details. Words are devastated. Imagination failed. Tears are the only sorrow extinguisher. Cape Town is famous for its good hope, but without Achmad Cassiem, the Cape cannot cope. Shukran.
Shukran very much indeed, Sister Fatima Tawfi. We move immediately to a letter of condolence from the Islamic Republic of Iran Embassy in Pretoria, and will be read by Ali Amar Sukr, the grandson of Imam Achmad Cassiem.
Assalamu alaikum.
Sorry, Amar. We'll have to wait. We can't interfere with the sound right now because they're reading the prayer now.
Assalamu alaikum. Letter of condolence. A letter from the Embassy of the Islamic Republic of Iran in Pretoria. I was deeply saddened by the news of the passing away of a sincere friend, anti-apartheid activist Imam Achmad Cassiem, the founder of the Qibla movement. Imam Achmad Cassiem was a brave leader who started his struggle from a young age and spent more than 11 years in prison. He was also one of the loyal friends of the Iranian Islamic Revolution, whose memory and name will always remain in the hearts of his Iranian friends. Such an exceptional leader, politician, and noble human being will never be forgotten, but will live on in the minds of all those who remember his great deeds and his valiant fight to defend his country till the end. The vast void he left behind will be hard to fill. My thoughts and prayers are with the family and friends of Imam Achmad Cassiem during this time of great loss and tragedy. May the Almighty Allah receive him into his infinite mercy. Yours faithfully, Mahdi Agha Ja'fari, Ambassador of the Islamic Republic of Iran in Pretoria. Shukran.
Yeah, we're gonna call Azra up for the last poem, and then we're having Wah.
Soul departed, battles bravely fought, an anti-apartheid activist, noble and true, in the face of injustice and bright, he saw justice and equality light. His words were a weapon, his passion a fire, igniting the souls of those who aspired. In the face of adversity, he never backed down, for he knew that freedom would one day be found. He sacrificed his comfort, endured every pain. For the cause of justice, he'd forever remain. But alas, the battle took its toll, and death's cold embrace claimed his noble soul. Yet his legacy lives on, an eternal flame of shadows died. His spirit lingers, standing.
So I have the arduous task of doing a vote of thanks. It is definitely not an easy task, because inevitably one would omit someone's name. So in advance, I'd like to apologize if I don't mention certain people's names. And it is not out of any sense of disrespect or disregard for your contribution. This expression of gratitude and thanks goes way back to the start of our family. I first want to thank, or actually I should first thank, especially for today's event, Mr. Nazmi Shamra, in particular, with whom I was liaising, and all those who contributed generously to the success of this program. We wish to thank who had very sincerely carried their hearts on their sleeves and made their contribution towards this program. I want to thank all those who had read the poetry and the letters of condolences: Fatima and Zainab Tawfi, Jawad, Ali Amar, Hadia, Masih, and Azra. And then I want to thank the Philander, the Abrams, the Johnson, the Bester, and Sukur families for all their assistance, their support, and their contributions. A heartfelt thanks goes to Uncle Peter and Auntie Bibi. How do we thank you for your contribution? There's no doubt that Daddy would be very appreciative of the meticulous care you took in displaying certain aspects of his life. I also wish to thank his sisters for the beautiful bouquets, and Chloe, who joined them today. We also wish to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our ideological family. You know who you are. For always being able and willing to run with any program which was conceptualized, even though there was no budget. Us the opportunity to be counted amongst, for having served as my father's companion for the past 10 years, and to all the other community members, friends, families, who supported the family, our family, over all these years. Yeah, I'm so scared to mention names. Brother Dilawa Kumandan, Auntie Shireen Albertus, Auntie Fauzia Patha, Auntie Rashida Survey. The list goes on. But last, but not least, I want to thank, on behalf of my siblings, the Dokrat and the Dawood family in Pretoria, Lodium. I do wish to single them out. We had lots of challenges, technical, sound. So I wish to thank you for your indulgence and for having stayed. Grant our Father the death of a shaheed, inshallah. Ameen. Shukran. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
May we just ask the brothers and the sisters to move forward? Please.
1, 2.
Can we ask those in the gentlemen to move forward and join us here? A dhikr is not a lecture, it's a participation activity. اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد
صلى الله عليه وسلم.
اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد
صلى الله عليه وسلم.
إلى حضرة النبي مصطفى محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وأصحابه وبيت الكرام.
لا إله إلا الله والله أكبر.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. لا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل أعوذ برب الفلق من شر ما خلق ومن شر غاسق إذا وقب ومن شر النفاثات في العقد ومن شر حاسد إذا حسد. لا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل أعوذ برب الناس ملك الناس إله الناس من شر الوسواس الخناس الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس من الجنة والناس. لا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ألف لام ميم.
ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين الذين يؤمنون بالغيب ويقيمون الصلاة ومما رزقناهم ينفقون والذين يؤمنون بما أنزل إليك وما أنزل من قبلك وبالآخرة هم يوقنون. أولئك على هدى من ربهم وأولئك هم المفلحون. وإلهكم إله واحد لا إله إلا هو الرحمن الرحيم. الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم. لا
سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسي السماوات والأرض ولا يؤوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم لله ما في السماوات وما في الأرض وإن تبدوا ما في أنفسكم أو تخفوا يحاسبكم به الله فيغفر لمن يشاء ويعذب من يشاء والله على كل شيء قدير آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين ورحمة الله وبركاته عليكم أهل البيت إنه حميد مجيد إنما يريد الله ليذهبكم رجس أهل البيت ويطهركم تطهيرا إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم صل أفضل الصلوات على أسعد المخلوقات كحبيب الله محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم عدد معلوماتك ومداد كلماتك كلما ذكرك الذاكرون وغفل عن ذكرك الغافلون اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد. عدد حقيقة ورضا نفسك وزينة عرشك ومداد كلماتك كلما ذكرك ذاكرون وغفل عن ذكرك وسلم رضي الله تبارك وتعالى عن أصحاب رسول الله أجمعين. وأنت حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. نستغفر الله فاعلموا أنه أفضل ذكر الحق لا إله إلا الله حي موجود لا حي باق لا إله إلا الله خير الذي لا ينام ولا يموت لا إله إلا الله 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 سيدنا محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم كلمة حق عليه ما نحيا وعليه ما نموت وعليهما وبهما نبعث إن شاء الله تعالى من الآمنين آمين برحمة الله وكرمه. جزا الله عنا سيدنا ونبينا ومولانا محمدا صلى الله عليه وسلم حينا بما وهنوم. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل 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 نعم المولى ونعم النصير مولانا يا مولانا ويا سميع لدعانا بحرمات محمد لا تقطع رجانا الله مولانا يا مولانا الله جليل ويا سميع لدعانا الله جليل بحرمات محمد لا تقطع رجانا ألا في رجواك مولانا الله جليل أسهرنا لأجفانا فامنن يا مولانا غيرك يا مولانا مولانا يا مولانا ويا سميع لدعانا بحرمات محمد لا تقطع
جزا الله عنا سيدنا ونبينا محمدا صلى الله عليه وسلم حين بما وأهله للنبي الكريم وعلى آله وأصحابه وبيت الكرام. الفاتحة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا ونبينا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. اللهم لك الحمد على ما خصصتنا به دون سائر عبادك من جزيل النعم، فهديتنا بأفضل رسولك صلوات الله عليه وتسليماته، وأنزلت عليه القرآن خير كتبك، وجعلتنا بها خير أمة أخرجت للناس. اللهم اجعل القرآن لنا في الدنيا قرينا، وفي القبر مؤنسا، وفي القيامة شفيعا، وإلى الخيرات كلها دليلا وإماما. اللهم يا رب أسألك بحرمة القرآن أن تغفر لي ولنا، وأن تؤلف بين قلوبنا، وأن تثبت أقدامنا، وأن تنصره وتنصرنا على أعدائك وأعدائنا. اللهم اهدنا سبل السلام وجعلنا شاكرين منا لك ونعمك علينا. اللهم تقبل ثواب ما قرأناه ونور ما تلوناه هدية واصلة منا إلى روح سيدنا ونبينا ومولانا محمد، وإلى أرواح آبائنا وأمهاتنا وإخواننا وأخواتنا وأصدقائنا وزملائنا ومشائخنا وأولادنا، خاصة وخصوصا على الروح إمام أحمد قاسم. اللهم اغفر لهم وارحمهم وأسكنهم في الجنة. اللهم اغفر لهم وارحمهم وروحهم في الجنة. اللهم اغفر لهم وارحمهم وأدخلهم في الجنة. اللهم إن كانوا محسنين فزد في إحسانهم، وإن كانوا مسيئين فتجاوز عن سيئاتهم، ولقهم الأمن برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين، واحشرهم مع النبيين والصديقين والشهداء والصالحين، وحسن أولئك رفيقا. ذلك الفضل من الله، وكفى بالله عليما. اللهم اغفر لهم وارحمهم وعافهم واعف عنهم، وأكرم نزلهم ووسع مدخلهم، وأغسلهم بالماء والثلج والبرد، ونقهم من الذنوب والخطايا كما ينقى الثوب الأبيض من الدنس، وأبدلهم ديارا خيرا من ديارهم، وأهالا خيرا من أهالهم، وأزواجا خيرا من أزواجهم، وأدخلهم الجنة، وأعذهم من عذاب القبر وفتنتهم ومن عذاب النار. اللهم اغفر لحينا وميتنا وشاهدنا وغائبنا وصغيرنا وكبيرنا وذكرنا وأنثانا. اللهم من أحييته منا فأحيي على الإسلام، ومن توفيته منا فتوفه على الإيمان. اللهم لا تحرمنا هجورهم ولا تفتنا بعدهم، واغفر لنا ولهم وللمسلمين أجمعين. فروح وريحان وجنة نعيم. يا أيتها النفس المطمئنة ارجعي إلى ربك راضية مرضية، فادخلي في عبادي وادخلي جنتي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. اللهم صل على محمد وآله وبارك على محمد وآل محمد وصل على محمد وآل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وآل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد وصل على جميع الأنبياء والمرسلين والشهداء والصديقين وجميع عباد الله الصالحين. اللهم اغفر للمؤمنين والمؤمنات والمسلمين والمسلمات الأحياء منهم والأموات، تابع بيننا وبينهم بالخيرات إنك مجيب الدعوات إنك على كل شيء قدير. اللهم إن هذا عبدك وابن عبدك وابن أمتك نزل بك وأنت خير منزول به. اللهم إنا لا نعلم منه إلا خيرا وأنت أعلم به منا. اللهم إن كان محسنا فزد في إحسانه وإن كان مسيئا فتجاوز عنه واغفر له. اللهم اجعله عندك في أعلى عليين واخلف على أهله في الغابرين وارحمه برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. الفاتحة. كذلك الفاتحة المرحوم إمام أحمد قاسم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنا أنزلناه في ليلة القدر وما أدراك ما ليلة القدر. ليلة القدر خير من 1000 شهر. تنزل الملائكة والروح فيها بإذن ربهم من كل أمر. سلام هي حتى مطلع الفجر. يا Allah, we beseech you, Ya Allah, to welcome our Imam, our leader, our father, our friend. Welcome him in your own words and say to him, Ya ayyatuha an-nafsul mutma'innah, irji'i ila rabbiki radiyatan mardiyah, fadkhuli fi ibadi wadkhuli jannati. Inna Allah wa malaikatahu yusalluna ala an-nabi. يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما.
اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وصحبه وبارك وسلم. اللهم اغفر له وارحمه وسكنه في الجنة. اللهم اغفر له وارحمه وسكنه في الجنة. اللهم اغفر له وارحمه وسكنه في الجنة وتجاوز عن سيئاتهم واحشرهم مع النبيين والصديقين والشهداء والصالحين وحسن أولئك رفيقا. اللهم اغفر لي لأهل القبور من المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات. ارفع لهم الدرجات وكفر عنهم السيئات يا أرحم الراحمين. يا أيتها النفس المطمئنة ارجعي إلى ربك راضية مرضية فادخلي في عبادي وادخلي جنتي.
إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي. يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وأصحابه وبارك دعوة فيها سبحانك اللهم وتحيتهم فيها سلام وآخر دعواهم أن والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Assalamu alaikum. Shukran. We're closing. We're leaving now, and there is food at the back. Please take food home. Shukran for all those that attended. Shukran.